Everyone. Today we will conduct a swearing-in ceremony for our newly appointed regent. Before we begin with our swearing-in ceremony, I'd like to introduce our new student regent. Miss Rachel McClelland has been appointed as the 21st student regent for the Texas Tech University system. Rachel, who is from Tierras, New Mexico, is a medical student at Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center. She earned a Bachelor of Art and Bachelor of Science degree from Texas Tech University in 2018. During her time at TTU, Rachel served as the 2015 to 2016 Max Writer. She has volunteered with and served on numerous university and community programs and organizations. Rachel is a second lieutenant in the United States Air Force who plans to serve as an active duty physician in the Air Force upon completion of her medical school and residency. Congratulations, Rachel. We're glad to have you join us on the Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University system. We will now conduct the ceremonial swearing-in ceremony, and Vice Chairman Womble will administer the oath of office. Mr. Womble.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we're going to do this down front. Is that right? Been privileged to serve with some extremely talented student regents over my term on the board, and excited to add Rachel to that list. I know she will elevate the standard that has been set for us. Rachel, in the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, please repeat after me. I, Rachel McClelland,
I, Rachel McClelland,
do solemnly swear
that
I will faithfully execute the duties of the office of Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University system
the Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University system
of the state of Texas, and I will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state. So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Ms. McClelland. We'd be pleased to hear from you if you'd like to make any remarks at this time. I know you also have some special friends who are present, so please introduce them to us.
All right, wow, my first time pressing the green button on the microphone, so bear with me. Like Chairman Campbell said, my name is Rachel McClelland, and I'm honored to serve as the 21st Student Regent for the Texas Tech system. My guests today are some of my biggest supporters that I have met during my time in Lubbock, and they are Stephanie Rode, who has seen me through my entire career as Mass Writer, Maggie Adkins, Julie Doss, and Justice Larry Doss, who have become surrogate family and parents to me during my time here. I'm so grateful for their friendship and support. One thing that has stayed true throughout my time at Texas Tech, during undergraduate and now at the School of Medicine, is that I've never been quite sure what's going to happen next. But God does, and I'm so glad His hand has been on my life. I could never have guessed I'd fall in love with West Texas, fly down a football field on a horse, travel the country with women's basketball, participate in surgeries, and eventually serve my country. But I'm so grateful for every adventure I've been led on. I'm now thrilled to serve the system I love so dearly this year and work with the board, university, and SGA presidents to continue to advance the Texas Tech University system and the impact it has on our local, national, and international communities. Because as a graduate of the Texas Tech system, there's no telling where that will take you. I want to thank everyone who has been there for me along the way, those that have stayed with me in the lows and celebrated with me in the highs. I hope to continue to make them and the system proud this year. Now let's get this year started.
Thank you for your willingness to serve on the board. Would any of the fellow regents like to share any remarks? Well, we all look forward to working with you on the advancement of the Texas Tech University system and its component institutions, and are proud to have you a part of this, so welcome. So now on to today's business. It's a great day to be a Red Raider. At this time, we will conduct the trustees meeting of the Carr Scholarship Foundation. Regent Sinclair serves as the chair of the Carr Scholarship Foundation, and Regent McCreakin as the vice chair. Regent Sinclair, please proceed with that meeting.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman Campbell. The meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Carr Scholarship Foundation is now called to order. First order of business is approval of the minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the Carr Foundation meeting held on August 14th, 2025?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Mrs. Jack, will you please present the item regarding the independent auditor's report for the Carr Scholarship Foundation, please?
Good morning. The CPA firm of Bollinger Seegers, Gilbert, and Moss performed a fiscal year 2025 financial statement audit. The first and most important item of note is that the auditors issued an unmodified or clean audit opinion on the financial statements. However, there were some significant operational changes that occurred during 2025, so these financial statements will look a little bit different going forward. Effective September 1st of 2024, Angelo State University assumed responsibility for all payroll and employee benefit functions previously recorded by the Carr Foundation. And effective March 1st, 2025, Angelo State assumed responsibility for all remaining administrative and operating expenses. So as a result, certain balances, including pension and other post-employment benefit amounts, were derecognized, and a restatement of the beginning net position was recorded. Going forward, the Carr Foundation's financial activity will primarily consist of investment-related activity and scholarship distributions. And just a few highlights from the fiscal year 2025 financials include the Carr Foundation's net position increased by $6.2 million, ending the year at over $186 million. With the change in operating structure, the Carr Foundation ended the year with no liabilities. Operating revenues primarily consist of oil and gas royalties and net investment income. Total operating revenue decreased in 2025 by $3.3 million, and most of this can be attributed to the reduction in the value of the mineral rights. The valuation of the Carr Foundation's mineral rights decreased from almost $17.5 million at the end of fiscal '24 to $14.8 million at the end of last fiscal year. Operating expenses of the Carr Foundation primarily consist of distributions to Angelo State University, specifically to this Carr Scholarship Foundation Fund, or Scholarship Fund. Over $11.4 million was distributed to the university in fiscal 2025. Administrative expenses have been reduced due to the transfer of the administrative and operating responsibilities to Angelo State University. In reviewing the adjusting journal entries the auditors recorded to properly state the financial statements, one entry was noted to clear out all of the payroll and other employee benefit accruals from the Carr Foundation, which was appropriate given the operational changes, and the only other entry was a normal end-of-year adjustment. The auditors are required by their standards to issue a board communication letter, and this letter confirmed that the auditors encountered no issues in performing their audit and had no disagreements with management from an accounting perspective or any other aspect of the audit or how the foundation operates. Lastly, the auditors did not issue a management letter, which would have been used to communicate internal control weaknesses had they identified any. That concludes my report on the fiscal 2025 financial statements.
Excuse me. Are there any questions, comments? Motion to accept the independent auditor's report for the Carr Scholarship Foundation is presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Ms. Upton, will you please present the item for approval of the 2026-2027 Carr Scholarship Foundation budget?
Happy to. Thank you and good morning. On behalf of the foundation, I am pleased to be here today. I will first walk you through where the Carr Scholarship Foundation came from, just as a real quick refresher. Then we will talk about what it owns, who it serves, how our revenue is trending, and then close with a FY27 budget for approval. The Carr Scholarship Foundation exists to carry out Robert and Nona Carr's enduring commitment to education at Angelo State University. The foundation was established under the wills of Robert G. Carr, and then when his wife passed in 1987, she left an exact copy of that will, and so the remaining interest went to the foundation at that time. Together, they bequeathed their interest in oil, gas, and other minerals to be held in trust to fund academic scholarships for Angelo State University students. The Carrs devised their entire interest in oil, gas, and other minerals to the university system's governing board as trustees, a role that today sits with the Texas Tech University system. Those interests span 16 West Texas counties that you will recognize as the Permian Basin, which provides the foundation income-generating assets in addition to the endowment. Those assets exist for one purpose, and that purpose is to fund scholarships for students at Angelo State University. So under the governing instruments, the president of Angelo State University or his designated officials hold full authority and discretion of selecting students. The founders directed that awards serve needy and worthy students, and that the financial need of students shall be the primary consideration in selection. Any student enrolled at Angelo State University is eligible for consideration. This framework has proven both durable and effective. It maintains fidelity to the founder's intent and allows the foundation to direct its resources where they have the greatest impact. So with that framework in mind, the foundation has taken deliberate steps this year to extend its reach with regards to scholarship and also deepen that impact. Several initiatives have advanced recently. The foundation engaged R&L Consulting in a strategic partnership to maximize scholarships, broaden our reach, and align scholarship strategy with student enrollment goals. We introduced a returning student scholarship, creating a pathway for students who stepped away from the university to come back and finish a degree strong. Grassroots outreach has grown among prospective graduate and transfer students, and that is evident in the numbers. Renewable housing scholarships now offset the cost of living on campus, and improved award matrix strengthens how the awards are structured and distributed. So with the program picture in mind, we're now going to take a turn and look at the revenue side. So this slide presents monthly royalty revenue across the last 4 fiscal years. Total royalty revenue was $6.2 million in FY23, $5.8 million in '24. It moderated to $4.95 million in '25 and is projected at $5.4 million by the end of FY26. That projection represents recovery from the prior year, with notable strength in the fourth quarter of this fiscal year. Yes, monthly receipts vary, as is inherent in royalty income. But all in all, the annual totals have remained fairly consistent within that $5 to $6 million band. The drivers behind those results are commodity prices and production volumes. This slide presents, these price charts set royalty revenue against the principal drivers. West Texas Intermediate crude averaged $78 in FY23, $80 in '24, declined to $68 in FY25, and then has recovered to $75 in FY26, closely mirroring the revenue pattern that we just looked at on the previous slide. You can see that gas prices have steeply declined across this same period. Production volumes have remained comparatively steady with oil volumes. approximately 60K in barrels of oil across all the years. So the takeaway here appears that revenue variability is driven primarily by market pricing. So revenue composition by county further illustrates the underlying strength of the asset base. This slide presents revenue by county across that same four-year period. Gaines County remains the foundation's largest contributor and strengthened again this year, and we'll talk about that in just a second. But at approximately $3.2 million, up from the previous year of $2.7 million. Midland, Reeves, Ector, and Upton counties continue to contribute at lower levels, while all the remaining counties are grouped under other. So in Gaines County, we're seeing a lot of activity. Oxy is actively reinvesting in the Seminole, which is also our largest leasehold interest, through different, horizontal wells, directional replacements, recompletions, and ongoing enhanced recovery optimization. And that's what you're seeing here today. We do also see a production decline curve happening in the Delaware and the Midland Basin as those wells age. However, emerging developments like the Barnett Woodford are getting a lot of attention and could also be potential future royalty drivers. So now we'll look at the LTIF quarterly distributions. This slide presents quarterly distributions from the Long-Term Investment Fund over the past 4 fiscal years. Distributions have risen consistently from approximately $2.5 million in FY23 to approximately $2.8 million in the second quarter of FY26. This progression has been steady across nearly every quarter, reflecting disciplined investment management strategy. This predictability is what allows the foundation to commit to multi-year and renewable scholarship awards with confidence, even as royalty income fluctuates with commodity prices. So next, these results come together in a plan and the proposed operating budget for FY27. The plan takes our revenue outcome and allocates it deliberately towards the mission. Total revenue forecast of $11.7 million, 11.6 of that coming from endowment income and around $109,000 coming from interest income. Total scholarship expenses are budgeted at that same $11.7 million. The fund balance is going to be maintained at $6.7 million. So this represents a fully balanced budget and the largest scholarship commitment in the foundation's history. Achieved all while the fund balance has grown from $2.8 million in FY24 to its current $6.7. And on that basis, we respectfully request the board's approval for the FY27 operating budget, and that concludes the report.
Are there any questions, comments? Is there a motion to approve the 2026-2027 Carr Scholarship Foundation budget as
Motion.
presented?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. The final item of business today is announcements. Are there any announcements anyone would like to make? I'd like to make one. I think it's very evident to everyone in this room how important the Carr Foundation is to ASU. And I do want to say publicly to President Hawkins and Ms. Upton, we really appreciate your stewardship. I've been fortunate enough to be involved in the last year. The stewardship, the time, the effort they put into this is impressive, and we're very fortunate to have them. I think one other thing that can't be lost in this group is another opportunity to see how important the Permian Basin and its resources are to all our component institutions. If there's no further business to come before the board, do I hear a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
The meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Carr Foundation stands adjourned. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. The meeting of the Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University System is now called to order. Our first order of business is introductions and recognitions. Chancellor Creighton, President Hawkins, President Haney, President Skuvenek, President Lang, and Dr. Rice Spearman, please present your introductions and recognitions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Regents, first, in my introductions and recognitions, I wanted to congratulate our new student regent, Rachel. I know you've, put so much time and effort into the incredible background that you've established and for what's coming next in your contributions to be a successor to a long line of very successful student regents. I just want to congratulate you and welcome you and tell you I'm looking forward to all the contributions that you'll bring forward on behalf of students. I know you'll serve with distinction, and it's going to be fun working with you. I know that you're very eager. We've spent time together recently just talking about your goals and strategies that you've laid out, not only for yourself, but for the service ahead of you. I know you're very determined to continue in what you've shown in the past, which is a very, very impressive trajectory that you're on. So again, congratulations, and just wanted to tell you how much we appreciate you offering to serve. Mr. Chairman, I also have an introduction this morning. I wanted to ask Kara Crawford to stand, if you can, Kara. I wanted to introduce Kara as the newest member of our executive leadership team at Texas Tech University System. Kara joined the system in June as our Vice Chancellor for Health Initiatives. That's a new executive leadership position created to strengthen our health-related priorities and to support continued growth across our universities. We're proud, of course, to have two health-related institutions that have collectively spent more than 70 years improving health care for Texans. Kara's role is to advance that mission in collaboration with our university leadership and system leadership and to support our legislative efforts in Austin. She brings more than 18 years of experience in healthcare policy, government relations, and strategic leadership across state government and academic healthcare. Most recently, Kara served as Vice President for Governmental Relations at the University of Texas Health Sciences Center at Houston, where she led legislative and regulatory initiatives and secured more than $100 million in new state funding to support behavioral health, public health, and clinical workforce development. Her career also includes senior leadership positions with Texas Health and Human Services Commission, where she served as Chief of Staff, and the Office of Governor Greg Abbott, where she served as Senior Budget and Policy Advisor to the Governor. Kara earned a Master of Public Administration from Texas State University, a Bachelor of Science from Metropolitan State College of Denver, and a Bachelor of Science from Kansas State University. Her family includes many Red Raiders. Her husband is a Texas Tech graduate. She has two sons who are both Red Raiders, one recent graduate and one who is graduating next spring. And in her role, she will be based in Austin, work closely with our office here and governmental relations team, of course, and our university presidents to complement their leadership and great work of each of their teams. So, Kara, we're looking forward to a long tenure with you and working together, a very successful future ahead. And let's give Kara a warm round of applause and welcoming her. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I also have some recognitions. Before I hand over the microphone, we have a few internal team members, our IT team and board meeting support staff here at the Texas Tech System. They work very hard behind the scenes, making our meetings run smoothly and also our day-to-day here in the system's operations and here in the system's building. First, I wanted to offer recognition to the entire IT team as they recently helped upgrade the big screen here we have in the boardroom that we're going to very much enjoy and put to use. And I just wanted to show appreciation and extend appreciation for the entire IT team for that effort and what you do today. I wanted to also extend a special thanks to a few team members who are moving to other internal positions within the system. We won't be losing them, but we'll be working with them in new capacities. Tyrell Fuchs and Andrew Lawson on our IT team, they're transitioning to other technology-supported roles. And then also Lauren Ritter. I wanted to mention Lauren as well, who's been our senior administrator for visitor services and building operations, our concierge here. She's moving to the Equal Opportunity Office. We all know how much we depend on IT and certainly on our visitor services and building operations day to day. I just wanted to extend some recognition to these very important employees for us as they travel on to new roles, but certainly staying here under our roof with us, thankfully. They've all worked collectively in supporting our board meetings, and they've done a great job for us. And I just wanted to say thank you and congratulations again. So let's give them a round of applause. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my introductions and recognitions.
Okay, President Hawkins.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have 4 individuals I'll be recognizing in absentia, but still want to bring to your attention who they are. First one being Dr. David Bixler, who is the interim provost and vice president for academic affairs, as well as the dean of graduate studies and research at Angelo State. Originally born in Sweetwater, Texas, David earned his bachelor's degree in physics and mathematics from Tarleton State University and a master's degree and PhD in physics from Rice University. He joined Angelo State in 1998 as an assistant professor of physics, served as department chair of physics and geoscience from 2012 to 2022, and has served as dean of graduate studies and research since 2022. As a physicist, Dr. Bixler's research specialized in atomic, molecular, and optical physics with a focus on materials characterizations techniques. As an educational leader, David has worked to grow the graduate school, promote STEM education, strengthen university research, and foster student innovation. The next individual I'd like to recognize is Dr. Chai-Chin Linus Yu, and I'll give you the name Linus right there and the history behind it. He is the dean of the College of Science and Engineering and is a dedicated mathematician and education leader, deeply committed to the transformative power of education. His academic journey began in Tamkine University in Taiwan, where he earned his bachelor's and master's degrees in mathematics. He later obtained his doctoral degree from the State University of New York at Buffalo and further strengthened his administrative expertise through Harvard University's Management Development Program. Dr. Yu's tenure at the University of Arkansas Fort Smith was marked by innovative and collaborative leadership in various roles, including the Dean of the College of STEM, Department Head of Mathematics, and Interim Department Head of Biological Science. Among his notable accomplishments were a 300% increase in the graduation rate of mathematics majors, the creation of pioneering initiatives such as the Math Up program, and the establishment of the data science degree. In 2024, Dr. Yu joined Oregon Institute of Technology, Oregon Tech, as Associate Vice Provost for Academic Excellence, leading institution-wide initiatives in program review, assessment, graduate studies, faculty development, and course evaluation reform. He was promoted in 2025 to Associate Professor of Academic Affairs, expanding his leadership portfolio to include oversight of assessment, global education, instructional design, the Registrar's Office, institutional research, and the university library. The next individual I'd like to also introduce to you is Khalid Abu Nassar. Dr. Khalid Abu Nassar is now the Dean of the North Vincent College of Business at Angelo State University. He brings more than a decade of academic leadership experience with a focus on enrollment growth, program innovation, and building strong connections between academic programs and workforce needs. Prior to joining Angelo State, Dr. Abu Nassar served as chair of the marketing department at Florida Gulf Coast University, where he was a faculty member for 20 years and chair since 2014. Under his leadership, the marketing major grew by 19% and the minor by 31%, becoming the largest minor in the university. He launched multiple new programs and concentrations, including digital marketing strategy, marketing analytics and AI, and the business development and sales, and developed employer-integrated initiatives that connected students directly to career opportunities. He also led the development of a digital marketing strategy concentration within the MBA, a graduate certificate in digital marketing, and a fully online BS in marketing, and created the Explore, Engage, Elevate framework to embed experiential learning and career readiness across the curriculum. Dr. Abu-Nassar has been instrumental in building partnerships with leading organizations such as Gartner, Enterprise Mobility, Lenovo, and Hertz, creating pipelines for internships, mentorships, and full-time employment. He also led the development of graduate programs, certificates, and 4+1 pathways that expanded access and aligned academic offerings with market demand. An active scholar, Dr. Abu-Nassar research focuses on artificial intelligence, consumer behavior, and marketing strategy with publications in leading academic journals. He holds a PhD in marketing from the University of Houston and has been recognized for his contributions to teaching, research, and service. As dean, Dr. Abu-Nassar is focused on strengthening academic quality, expanding industry partnerships, and positioning the North Vincent College of Business as a key contributor to regional economic and workforce development. And then finally, we want to introduce Coach Mike Irwin. Mike Irwin became the fourth head coach in the history of the Angelo State women's soccer program. Coach Irwin arrives in San Angelo after spending the past 6 seasons as the associate head coach at St. Mary's University. During his tenure with the Rattlers, the program compiled a 55-37-17 record, qualified for the Lone Star Conference Championship Tournament in each of his 6 seasons, and advanced to the NCAA Tournament in 2022 and 2023. During his tenure at St. Mary's, Coach Irwin helped develop 12 All-Lone Star Conference selections, 6 All-South Central Region honorees, and 1 All-American. Prior to joining the St. Mary's staff, Coach Irwin served as the U13-14 Girls Director for Rio Rapids Soccer Club in Albuquerque, New Mexico. In that role, he oversaw the implementation of the club's curriculum and the development of players in the U13, U14 age groups, while also coaching teams in multiple levels within the organization. A native of New Mexico, Coach Irwin is an enrolled member of the Muskogee Creek Nation of Oklahoma. He played club soccer in Albuquerque with Rio Vista FC, now known as Rio Rapids Soccer Club. Irwin continued his playing career in Chandler Gilbert Community College in Arizona before competing semi-professionally for both the Albuquerque Asylum and Banat Storm. Coach Irwin earned his bachelor's degree in political science and philosophy from the University of New Mexico. He holds both a USSF B license and USSF National Youth License. He and his wife, Liana, welcomed their son, Bodie, in 2024. Please join me in recognizing these 4 individuals at Angelo State University. Mr. Chairman, that concludes our...
Okay. President Haney.
Yes, so I am pleased to recognize Coach Drew Kaufman, our new women's basketball coach, started just this past spring. Coach Kaufman is a proud MSU Texas alum and also played at Texas Tech for Coach Bob Knight before transferring to MSU, and then later served as a grad assistant for us at MSU. And over the last 19 years, Coach Kaufman has built incredibly competitive programs in men's and women's Texas high school basketball programs. He has 10 district championships, 17 consecutive playoff appearances, and most recently captured the 2025 UIL State Championship in girls basketball, and then turned around and did it again in 26. So we are thrilled to have Coach Kaufman on board. I am also pleased to present our new Dean of the Prothero Yeager College of Humanities and Social Sciences, Dr. Philip Barker. Dr. Barker most recently served as Professor of Political Science and Director of the Morris August Honors Program at Keene State College. And in previous roles, he served as Chair of the Political Science Department. Before Keene State, he had 7 years at Austin College, where he also served as Director of the Model UN Program. And Dr. Barker officially started in his role just a few days ago, and we are thrilled to have him on board, and no one more so than our provost, Dr. Brown Marsden, who has been serving as acting dean. So she's especially excited to have him there. I also wanted to highlight just a few things. So on the screen there is a very special print that has become a part of a collection. It is our print. And in conjunction with our Museum of Art and in partnership with our department chair in history and our history students, Dr. Draper, who's the department chair, and her students put together this exhibition to honor the 250th anniversary of the U.S. using items from the museum as well as our special collections branch. And one of the exhibit's standout pieces is this print of Paul Revere's, which is referred to as the Bloody Massacre, or some of us know it as the Boston Massacre, and it became, which occurred in 1717, it became a very critical piece of propaganda in the Revolution, and it caught the attention of the BBC. So the BBC sent a journalist to Wichita Falls to see the print and learn about how it came to be a part of this, again, only one of 29 that remain. So the collaboration with the museum and our students and our leadership was just absolutely fantastic. And then I also wanted to just show a couple of pictures of our ring ceremony we just had. On Sunday, our NCAA D2 championship, first championship team in the history of the university. Our players and coaches and a few of us got the rings, and it was such an amazing event for both our students, our supporters, their families, our coaches, our trainers. It was just such a joyous, joyous time. So if you're interested, I'm happy to share the jubilation. And I will pass it on to...
Dr. Skuvenak.
Yeah, good luck.
No.
Mr. Chairman, I have two introductions today. The first, I'd like to introduce Dr. James Reese. Dr. Reese came to Texas Tech on July 1st as our new Vice President of Research and Innovation. He comes from Iowa State, where he had been the Associate Vice President for Research since 2017. And Dr. Reese got his bachelor's degree at South Dakota State, and then he went to Purdue, where he got a doctorate in animal science. From there, he did a postdoc at the Baylor School of Medicine, then to Iowa State, where he was for 27 years before becoming eventually the Associate Vice President. He comes to us at a time of incredible momentum. Our research enterprise is very strong. With the Texas University Fund, the Reese National Security Complex, and the great support we've received from the state for our efforts in national security, and the recent acquisition of this computing equipment from NVIDIA, there's great opportunities. We have probably greater opportunities than we do momentum, and I know you'll deliver on those. We're very fortunate to have a person of his experience and vision leading our research enterprise at this time. Thanks for being here, James. Next, we want to recognize our softball team. So Coach Glasgow couldn't be here today, but who we do have is the associate head coach, Tara Archibald. A little bit about Tara. She came to us, I think, from Eastern Illinois, where she had been the Coach of the Year in the Ohio Valley Conference, and she has had a number of coaching appointments, one with her father at Georgia, and she now is part of her father's team here. And that softball team has given us some great memories in the last 2 years. Who can forget the regional here in Lubbock, trailing 8-0, our last at bat with 2 outs, and we beat Ole Miss. And then we go on to Florida in the Super Regional, overcome a less than friendly environment, a massive amount of bugs, and made it to the World Series for the second consecutive year. Beat a great UCLA team, and then made it to the championship game for the second consecutive year. We'll have that ring next year.
There you go.
But we're very proud of the way those young women represented us and for the great job you do, Coach Archibald, and your father. Thank you for these great memories. That concludes my introductions.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lang.
I'm going to cede my time to Lori, and it'll become evident why shortly.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Rice Spearman.
Good morning, Regent Campbell and Regents. I am pleased today to introduce Dr. Karim Cheval. He is a research professor at our Kenneth H. Cooper Institute at our Texas Tech University campus in Dallas, and he is the top researcher at our HSC by Google Scholar citations and ranks among the top 6 researchers in the Texas Tech University system. Google Scholar is a tracking service that compiles researchers' work and citations within the scientific community. Dr. Cheval has more than 78,000 citations across his 151 peer-reviewed publications. Since coming to the Texas Tech Health Sciences Center, he has published 23 papers, and that was in 2025, in leading peer-reviewed journals, including Nature Medicine, one of the world's most selective and influential medical journals, where publication is considered a major achievement in a researcher's career. Additionally, Dr. Cheval's work has appeared in The Lancet, JAMA Cardiology, Circulation, and CA, a cancer journal for clinicians, the highest impact medical journal worldwide. Citations are one measure of research impact. They provide an important indicator of how widely that work is used to inform new studies, advance scientific knowledge and discovery, and shape clinical and national guidelines and policy. Additionally, research publication is measured by an H-index, which reflects a researcher's quantity and impact of scholarly work. Dr. Cheval's H-index of 62 reflects extraordinary scientific influence, particularly for mid-career researcher. More than 3/4 of his publications have been cited at least 10 times, demonstrating exceptional consistency and impact for comparison. Full professors at health-related institutions commonly finish their career with 100 to 200 publications, and many reach comparable H-indexes only after 300-plus publications. In short, he has achieved exceptional depth, consistency, and productivity with notable citation efficiency. His profile is consistent with that of a nationally and internationally recognized leader in his field. Beyond that, he has intentionally designed his research for practical application. He earned a second doctorate in business administration to complement his epidemiology expertise with behavioral economics. His work has informed tobacco control policy through the American Cancer Society and has provided clinicians with practical approaches for discussing physical activity with patients. At RHSC, he is developing a research program that applies behavioral economics to dementia prevention, with grant applications to the National Institutes of Health and the Alzheimer's Association underway. Dr. Cheval has mentored more than 25 learners in master's programs, 8 in doctoral programs, and several postdoctoral researchers. He has also created 2 novel TTU-HSC micro-credential programs in less than 2 years, expanding educational opportunities for our learners. We are so proud to introduce him to you today. His success strengthens our institutional research reputation, enhances recruitment, and supports the case for extramural funding by providing objective evidence of work and national impact. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Cheval to our team. Next, I would like to introduce a face that you're all familiar with in a new role. Dr. Lance McMahon was named in June as the 7th Dean of the Graduate School of Biomedical Sciences. And Lance, thank you for standing. As Dean, he will lead the Graduate School of Biomedical Sciences through an important transformation. Our vision is to position the school as a service-oriented research and innovation engine that supports all schools across our HSC and strengthens cancer research, clinical practice, and rural health. To realize that vision, Dr. McMahon will lead the school's reorganization into 3 new departments: human sciences, bioinformatics and statistical analysis, and community-engaged research. Together, these departments will strengthen cross-disciplinary collaboration, expand community partnerships, and provide the data science and research infrastructure needed to address today's most complex health challenges. This transformation will create a more consistent educational experience for our PhD and graduate medical education sciences learners by establishing a shared core competency, a common faculty, and a greater cross-program collaboration. Dr. McMahon, thank you for serving as the interim this past year, and also with your leadership, along with our provost, Dr. D'Agostino, for the continuing growth of our Graduate School of Biomedical Sciences. He will also continue to serve as our Executive Vice President for Research and Innovation, where over the past 5 years, he has increased NIH funding for our university by 25%. Thank you for your leadership. Next, we are excited to introduce Mike West, who assumed the role of the Executive Vice President of Finance and Chief Financial Officer. Mike has served the HSC for 16 years, most recently as Associate Vice President of Business Affairs. During that time, he has held leadership roles in the Budget Office, the School of Health Professions, the Office of the Provost, and the Office of the President. These experiences have given Mike a unique understanding of how our academic, clinical, and administrative enterprises work together. He knows our institution from multiple perspectives and understands both the opportunities and the challenges of supporting a growing health sciences center. Mike is part of our restructured transition as we separate the roles of the Chief Financial Officer and the Chief Operations Officer. As you're aware, Penny will be retiring at the end of the month. Even though I refused to accept her resignation, she went ahead and went forward with it anyway. And Mike will be working alongside our Chief Operations Officer, Cole Johnson, and we are excited about their teamwork and what they are going to accomplish. So thank you, Mike. So this next slide is a bit of a surprise for this individual, and I am going to trust that since I can't see her face, if she's about to smack me in the head, one of y'all are going to let me know. But our final recognition today is someone who has had simply an extraordinary impact, not on our university, but on this system as a whole. So Penny, if you'll stand, I'm not even going to look at her. At the end of this month, Penny will retire after 39 years of service to Texas Tech University system, during which she spent much of her tenure leading our institution's budget and legislative processes. She began her career at Texas Tech University February of 1987 as an accountant, and in December of that year joined the HSC Accounting Department. She was appointed Chief Financial Officer in 2017, and in 2020, her duties as Chief Operations Officer were added. In 2022, she served concurrently as Interim Vice Chancellor and Chief Financial Officer for the Texas Tech University system. Throughout her career, Penny became one of Texas' most respected experts in higher education finance and the legislative process. It's not unusual for CFOs across the state to reach out and ask, what would Penny do? Helping secure the resources of this great institution has always been her focus. She is a teacher at heart, and she educates not just future health professionals and administrators across our university, but across our system. But those accomplishments only tell part of Penny's story. Her greatest story is her legacy of the people she has influenced. She has always seen the person before the position, taken time to listen and teach others with integrity, kindness, and wisdom. Penny has built trust, developed leaders, and strengthened this university and this system through her unwavering commitment to serving others. Few people leave an institution better than they found it, and Penny has done so many times over. The example you have set, the people you have mentored, and the lives you have touched will remain part of this university for generations to come. So on behalf of our entire university and this system, I extend our thanks for your extraordinary service and congratulate you on a well-deserved retirement. I am personally grateful for your dedication to our great university and its mission. So with that, Chairman Campbell, I would like to recognize Penny Harkey. Thank you,
Rice-
Chairman Campbell. That concludes my introductions.
Dr. Rice Spearman, if I could just add a few words. I've had the fortune of working with Penny Harkey back in my days on the Texas Tech Foundation Board for several years. And she had mentioned, I think your oldest grandchild's 3 or 4 now. And I said, uh-oh, we're going to be in trouble here before long. And I think she's up to 3 grandchildren now. So her time has come, and she's got a new calling. And it's going to be, we're going to love watching you help with those grandkids and raise those grandchildren. When she told me that she was retiring several months ago, I said, Penny, how long have you been here? She said, well, 39 years, will be 39 and a half when I retire. And I thought, hang on for 6 more months and make it an even 40. But then I got to thinking, she served as interim CFO for the system for a couple of years, year and a half. And when I think of Penny Harkey, I'm going to think of that 18 months or 2 years you served. I'm going to think 42 years, not 39 years, Penny. So I've talked to James about letting your retirement fund reflect that. He said, don't hold my breath. So for retirement, it's 39 and a half, but I'm going to think of you when you served that dual role and did an unbelievable job in wearing 2 different hats. So thank you so much for your service. We love you. We thank you for all you've done for Texas Tech, and we wish you the best with those grandchildren moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all the introductions and recognitions. The next order of business is approval of the minutes, and I move to approve the minutes of the board meeting held May the 2nd. Is there a second? May the 7th. Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. We will continue to consider items as a committee of the whole, and I would ask Vice Chairman Wamble to preside over the committee of the whole. Mr. Wamble.
Oops, wrong folder.
Caught him off guard a little bit.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The item for consideration is the approval of the consent agenda, items A through Z, as listed on pages 51 through 94 of the agenda book, and acknowledgement of the information agenda as listed on pages 95 through 107. Is there any discussion of the items in the consent agenda or information agendas? As a reminder, if there's an item that you would like discussed in further detail or voted on separately from the consent agenda, you may request that that item be moved to the committee of the whole agenda. Any discussion? Mr. Chairman, I move that the board approve the consent agenda and acknowledge its review of the information agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. Mr. Wamble.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the items to be considered by the committee of the whole at this time.
Thank you, Regent Wamble. Kano, please present the schedule of upcoming board meetings for 2026 and 2027.
Yes, Chairman Campbell, for the interest of time, I'll be very quick here, but if you turn to page 12 of the agenda book, the schedule is printed for the remainder of this year and for 2027. I would just like to emphasize that the November meeting has been moved to a Wednesday meeting, so it's now Wednesday, November 11th, and that will be a one-day meeting for the purposes of that board meeting. And as I said, the 2027 schedule is there, and we'll move on from there. Thank you, sir.
Great, thank you. Next, we will hear from our student government presidents, and the first will be Angela State. Caleb Langford, please present the SGA report for Angela State University.
Hello, everyone. My name is Caleb Langford. I'm the president for the 98th session of Angela State University Student Government Association. I'm here to give my report on what we've been up to over the summer, as well as what we're looking forward to. So first up, one of our larger initiatives, and I think one of the most impactful, is our RAMFAM Student Scholarship, as well as the Student Endowment. Created in 2016 by SGA for our students. First year is able to raise $1,600. Moving on to last year, is able to raise $3,600 with 405 student donations, which is a 165% increase from last year, bringing the total of the endowment up to $86,000. This year, hopefully we'll be able to match and surpass last year's donations so that we're able to not only give out more money per scholarship, but also give to more students in the future. Moving on to our summer activities, what we've been focused on mainly is recruitment, recruiting from different organizations and departments to fill up those Senate seats and all the student groups that need to be represented. Let's see. So moving forward into this upcoming semester, we hope to have a full Senate so that all these seats can be filled and we can have every student represented. Moving on to our fall of 2026, mainly what we'll be focusing on is enhancing student communications. So this initiative, we've created not only partnering with other organizations and departments, but creating a new committee that's solely focused on this student outreach in order to better collect student input and better reach out to students, not only to a number of students, but also to student groups that usually aren't able to be reached out to through normal means. Through this new system, we can more formally collect student input so we can better advocate for students, not only for this session, but also as sort of a system moving forward for future presidents and future sessions. Student success, a new student-led peer mentor program modeled after the Mentor Tech system. We're helping them just to aid in student success, to help jumpstart this new program, to help it be as successful as it can be. All right. So our values, our focus this year is on community, with ASU moving forward towards their centennial. I'm happy to say that we can work together to sort of enhance this sense of community and make kind of work in tandem with both of our initiatives in order to make these initiatives as successful as they can be. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Caleb.
All right. Thank you.
Next up is Midwestern State. Roy Rucker, please present your report.
Sorry, I'm much shorter than everybody else back there. Hello, guys. Good morning. My name is Rory Rucker. I have been elected as a student government president for Midwestern State University for the 2026-2027 school year. I've never met any of you guys before, so a quick introduction. I have been working as chief of staff for the past 3 years for Student Government Association. I'm majoring in political science and military history. I've been luckily enough awarded the ability to go to Germany 2 times with my university, and I study in depth. I study political and military propaganda. I plan on getting my master's in history at MSU, so staying in the Texas Tech system, and law school after that, but thank you. So for MSU Texas, our spring recap, we hosted our 4th annual SGA Junior Day. We passed multiple pieces of legislation, hosted our best yet joint faculty and staff senate. We had a lot of different chatter and a lot of good communication across the board. We will continue collaborations for high impact student engagement, continue support for students and registered student organizations, and then we held our SGA banquet and elections. In the fall, we will be welcoming about 1,000 new first-year students, one of our biggest classes. We'll have our housing move-in day on August 19th, ice cream social, Mustangs Roundup, and our student org fair to kick off the year, Constitution Day and voter registration with the League of Women Voters on September 17th, President Picnic at Sykes House. Thank you, President Haney. And then we'll have our SGA cabinet and Senate retreats. So, as you can see, there's a lot of different photos down there. In the corner, we have our new executives along with President Haney, our second national champion for the year. Whoop, whoop, go MSU. And I also just wanted to say thank you to President Haney and Dr. Brown Marsden for finally getting me a dean. So thank you. Also, thank you to the Board of Regents and all of the Texas Tech University system members for allowing SGA to have a chance to speak to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Rory. Grayson King, please present the SGA report for Texas Tech University.
Good morning, Chairman Campbell, members of the Board of Regents, Chancellor Creighton, President Skuvnak, and all system leadership. My name is Grayson King, and I have the privilege of serving as the student body president for Texas Tech University for the 2026 and 2027 year. I'd like to quickly take this moment to introduce the rest of my executive team: Melanie Aguilar, our external vice president, our internal vice president, Charlie Fearbacher, and Prince Emmanuel, our graduate vice president. This summer, our team has been very busy preparing for the year ahead while continuing to represent Texas Tech beyond our campus. In May, we hosted the annual Eyes on the Horizon graduation walk in partnership with the Texas Tech Alumni Association to celebrate the members of the spring 2026 graduating class. Throughout the summer, my team and I attended multiple student leadership conferences across the country, including the ASGA down in Orlando, where we were even named the best student government in attendance. This time was extremely valuable as we were given the opportunity to give and receive ideas from a range of institutions. As we transition into the fall, we are focusing now on several major initiatives. Later this month, we will hold our annual SGA retreat to prepare all of our members to effectively serve the student body from day one. On August 23rd, we will host our annual First Photo event, bringing new students together in the newly named Galaxy Stadium for an introduction to Texas Tech traditions, followed by a student organization fair and reception. And then in October, we will also be preparing to welcome the student government leaders from across the Big 12 to Lubbock this October as we host the Big 12 Student Government Conference. We expect approximately 125 student leaders and advisors to campus that weekend, focused on collaboration, leadership development, and the sharing of ideas among our peer institutions. Finally, one initiative I am especially honored to introduce to you today is Red Raider Loyalty, a new student claim and reservation system that SGA has worked alongside Texas Tech Athletics to develop and enhance the student game day experience. Students will earn points by attending athletic events throughout the year, and those points will improve their odds of securing a guaranteed reservation claim for high-demand football and men's basketball games. This not only creates a more predictable and equitable process for students, but also incentivizes them to support Texas Tech athletic programs throughout the year. The entire system will be integrated directly into the existing Red Raiders app, using students' e-Raider accounts, making the process simple and accessible while keeping the platform and student data internal. Beyond those events, our team is continuing recruitment for our first-year engagement programs, as well as developing more leadership opportunities for students within SGA. And this fall, our external Vice President, Melanie Aguilar, will be exploring the expansion of more local public school partnerships. All these projects aim to reflect the same goal for our administration: to strengthen the student experience, create opportunities for engagement throughout their time at Texas Tech, and ensure that student government is actively working on behalf of all the students we represent. We are extremely grateful for the continued support of this board, President Skuvenek, and university partners. We look forward to representing our students and building on the traditions and opportunities to continue to make Texas Tech so special. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you all may have.
Thank you very much, Grayson. And as far as the student game day experience goes, please, and Kano and I have talked about this some too, but please feel free to reach out to me. We want to make sure you guys have the best experience possible and have as much engagement as possible. So let's get in touch over the next few weeks and see what we can do there to help you in any way we can.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay. Arshuma Dagan, please present the SGA report for the Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center.
Good morning, members of the Board of Regents. My name is Arshuma Dagan, and I serve as the Vice President of Operations for the T2HSC Student Government Association. I'm presenting today on behalf of our student body president, Sahil Tonk, who is currently completing his clinical clerkships. I appreciate the opportunity to briefly update you on our organization and our priorities for this coming year. Our executive team includes Sahil Tonk as president, Bennett Shackmuth as Vice President of Communications, Alexander Hayek as Vice President of Finance, and myself as Vice President of Operations. Together, we represent students at different stages of medical training and across multiple T2HSC campuses, which helps us remain attentive to the needs of our broader student body. During the past academic year, the Student Senate addressed a broad range of issues. These included expanding financial literacy opportunities, continuing evidence-based clinical education opportunities, strengthening research collaboration, and updating Senate representation across T2HSC schools. Looking ahead, SGA has identified 4 primary goals. First, we aim to promote student well-being and affordability, particularly by identifying barriers related to housing, transportation, food access, and the cost of attendance. Second, we will continue strengthening student advocacy and representation as changes in healthcare and higher education affect our students and their future professions. Third, we hope to strengthen T2HSC's connection with the communities we serve through service and interdisciplinary collaboration. Finally, we are working to improve engagement, accountability, and communication among our senators across T2HSC schools and campuses. Our Senate election process is currently underway. Elections will take place from August 31st through September 4th, followed by Senate orientation on September 12th and our first Senate meeting on September 15th. On behalf of President Tonk, our executive team, and the students we represent, thank you for your continued support of the T2IGC student body and for the opportunity to provide this update. Thank you, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Arshima. Isabella Zambrano, please present the SGA report for the Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center, El Paso.
Hi, my name is Isabella Zambrano. I'm a second-year medical student at Paul L. Foster School of Medicine, and I am here on behalf of our president of SGA, Mr. Vasquez. I am the vice president of community service. So SGA oversees around 1,500 or 1,053 people in between all our schools, which is the School of Nursing, School of Biomedical Sciences, the Paul L. Foster School of Medicine, and our School of Art Dental School. SGA has been really been growing over the past year. We have expanded a lot. Our social media has been increasing. We had about 6 community service benefiting UMC Children's, UMC, the William Sanchez Rosales Center. We also had a lot of volunteer events with the Ronald McDonald House. And then we also had wellness events, including the Cornhole, which promoted some relaxing events for our students taking a lunch break. We are so excited about our cancer center, the Fox Center, which just keeps growing every day. You drive to school and you just see more infrastructure going on. We hope that this brings an international audience and also benefits to people in El Paso and the surrounding areas. For our goals for 2026-2027, we hope to make our students feel heard, of course, and we also want to promote more events that benefit our unique patient population in the Borderplex region. For us, SGA is a platform that helps students feel their voices feel heard, and we also want to make sure that SGA El Paso is ready to create a community of confidence and comfort between students and staff as well, while promoting a collaborative effort between all our schools and serve our Borderplex patient population. This is our SGA staff. We have our president, Victor Vasquez, who's doing his clinicals rotations in Nevada right now, our vice president of communications, Alexa Gomez, vice president of finance, Eddie Piares, vice president of service, Isabella Zambrano, myself, vice president of operations, Spencer Lee, and vice president of wellness, Sabrina Zhang. Thank you. Do y'all have any questions?
Isabel, how's Dr. Lane's cornhole? How's his cornhole game?
Don't answer that question, Isabella.
I'll stay quiet.
Thank you. Thank you, Isabella, very much. I think I can speak for all of us in saying that the Travis and Taylor image really drove it home for us. So we appreciate that. Thank you for all the reports. The meeting of the Board of Regents will now recess in order to conduct committee meetings. The meeting of the board will reconvene upon adjournment of the last committee meeting of the day. We will now continue with the committee meetings, which will take place sequentially. All regents serve as voting members on every committee, and each committee has its own chair and vice chair. The student regent serves as a member of the ACS committee and is mandated by state law as a non-voting member of the board. Actions resulting on the items from each committee are final and do not require additional approval by the full board. We will begin with the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee. Regent Sweat serves as chair, and Regent Sinclair serves as vice chair of that committee. Regent Sweat, please continue with the ACS committee meetings.
The Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee is called to order. I move to approve the minutes of the meeting held on May 7th, 2026.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. President Hawkins, please begin with item 1.
Yes, Madam Chair. I recommend, and the Chancellor concurs, that the Board of Regents approve the new degree program request of the Bachelor of Fine Arts in Video Game Art and Animation within the College of Arts and Humanities, and authorize submission to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board seeking its approval for this program and to the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools for its review. Implementation of this new program will begin in the fall of 2026. The new face-to-face BFA in Video Game Art and Animation in the Department of Visual and Performing Arts will prepare students for creative and technical careers in the rapidly growing video game, interactive media, and digital entertainment industries.
Sounds like a lot of fun. Are there any questions or comments? I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. All right, Dr. D'Agostino, please continue with item 2.
All right, thank you very much. I'm very, very honored to present today our newest member of the Grover E. Murray Professor recipient. This is the highest honor at the university. So I want to make sure I don't miss anything, so I'm going to try to follow the script. The President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve the appointment of Rodney B. Young, MD, Fellow of the American Academy of Family Physicians, in our School of Medicine as a Grover E. Murray Professor. The Grover E. Murray professorship is the highest honor the Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center may bestow on a professor in recognition of national and international distinction for outstanding teaching, research, and clinical practice. Rodney Young has met this criteria with distinction. Dr. Young joined Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center School of Medicine in 2000 as an assistant professor in the Department of Family and Community Medicine. He currently serves as a professor and regional chair in the Department of Family and Community Medicine in Amarillo, and he's been there since 2003 in that capacity. He's a graduate of our School of Medicine and our Family Medicine residency program. Dr. Young has devoted more than 25 years to advancing the institution's mission of patient care, education, scholarship, and service. Recognized across Texas and nationally as a leader in family medicine and graduate medical education, Dr. Young's scholarly contributions included more than 30 peer-reviewed publications, including research recognized with the Rufus A. Lyman Award for the most outstanding research paper published in the American Journal of Pharmaceutical Education. He's delivered invited presentations at regional, national, and international audiences, and has provided leadership on the Texas Medical Association Board of Trustees, serving as chair of the Texas Medical Association Council on Medical Education, and leadership roles within the Texas Academy of Family Physicians and the American Medical Association. For more than 23 years as regional chair, Dr. Young has led the growth of family and community medicine in Amarillo while advancing undergraduate and graduate medical education. He's received the Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center Dean Clinical Teaching Award and other multiple teaching awards that have been given by students and residents, selected by those students and residents. And since 2009, he's helped lead the Family Medicine Accelerated Track, which is an innovative program I really would like to point out, because this is one of those transformative programs that our School of Medicine has put together that speeds up the time from entering medical school to practice and providing service to our Texas rural communities. So beyond Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center, Dr. Young has influenced physician workforce development through leadership in organized medicine and legislative advocacy. He's worked through the Texas Medical Association and Texas Academy of Family Physicians to help develop recommendations that have been incorporated into state legislation, which has increased the graduate medical education funding by almost 45%. He's also helped develop model legislation that improves licensure pathways for international graduates, as well as proposals that form the basis for the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board Graduate Medical Education Expansion Grant Program. Throughout his career, Dr. Young has exemplified our values at Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center. He's an exceptional clinician. He achieves educational excellence. He's a visionary leader, and he's dedicated to service and with unwavering integrity. His sustained record of achievement in patient care, medical education, organized medicine, public policy, scholarship, and institutional leadership makes him an excellent and deserving recipient of the Grover E. Murray Professor Award. We've only had 18 in the history of this award since 1996. He will be our 19th professor.
Are there any questions or comments? There being no further questions, I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations to Dr. Young.
Thank you.
Dr. Lang, please present item 3.
Thank you, Regents. With the concurrence of the Chancellor, I'm asking for approval of a new degree program that is a Doctorate of Nursing Practice in Executive Leadership housed in the Gail Grieve Hunt School of Nursing. With your approval, I'll be able to present it to the Higher Education Coordinating Board for approval and for notification for SAC-CAC so we can register our first students in the fall of 2028. Why do it, and why do it in El Paso? Our population of 30 million is served by just slightly over 1,200 nurses with doctorate degrees. They're essential not only for executive leadership, but we can't educate the nursing students we have now without doctorate-trained nurses. And that's going to be a huge problem over the next several years. Why El Paso? The closest program is UTEP. They have a doctorate, but not in executive leadership, and it requires specific prerequisites, an advanced nursing degree, an advanced nursing registered practice, midwife, clinical practice, or CRNA. And so many of the students or the nurses in our area can't proceed on a doctorate degree in that particular school. It's a 5-semester, 36-hour course. It requires 504 clinical practice experience hours as well, and a scholarship presentation. It's offered online, so it'll be available not only in our region, but around the state as well. So it'll help meet that state need as well. I show you the 5-year budget. It'll be self-sustaining in 3 years, and it's a direct need not only for our area, but across the state as well. So we're seeking your approval for that.
Any questions or comments? There being no further questions, I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee.
Thank you, Regent Sweat. Next up is the Audit Committee. Regent Cash serves as chair, and Regent McCreakin serves as vice chair of that committee. Regent Cash, please continue with the Audit Committee meeting.
The Audit Committee meeting is called to order. I approve the minutes of the meeting held on May 7th of 2026. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. Ms. Cook, will you please present item number 1?
Good morning. I'm Amy Cook. I represent the Texas Tech University system as the Research Security Officer. With me today is Chad Copeland, the Research Security Liaison for Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center. He also shares the responsibilities of representing the system on the Higher Education Research Security Council. I also have Allison Matvico, who is the Director of Export and Security Compliance for Texas Tech University. Everyone, including the teams across the institutions, have been instrumental in this effort. We're here today to present the fiscal year 26 House Bill 127 certification to the board for signature. As a brief refresher, House Bill 127 is Texas Higher Education Research and Protection Law, now codified in Chapter 51B of the Texas Education Code. It establishes requirements intended to protect Texas institutions of higher education from foreign influence and research security risks. For purposes of this fiscal year certification, the board is being asked to certify institutional compliance with the requirements currently in effect. This includes restrictions involving foreign adversary supportive student organizations, establishment of a research security office, international travel approval and monitoring, restrictions on certain prohibited education software, overall compliance, and confirmation that fiscal year 27 state appropriations were not expended before submission of this certification. Each component institution's president has reviewed and signed the certification. Those certifications will be before you today for the board chair's signature. We have also provided supporting documentation for each institution identifying the policies, processes, procedures, and institutional controls that support each certification. This was very much a team effort, and I want to thank the research security liaisons and the many individuals at each component who worked with us throughout the year on this. I also want to recognize Audit. They assisted us in reviewing the compliance framework and supporting documentation. And our goal has been not simply to complete the certification, but to ensure we are building an audit-ready program. The bottom line today is that we are confident that our component institutions are in compliance with the fiscal year 26 requirements. Thank you.
Are there any questions or comments? Amy, you have a daunting task with a very, very small group of folks. So I'm assuming that next year's certification will be as challenging or more challenging than this year's.
For fiscal year 27 and beyond, we have the framework in place, but the requirements become much more operationally intensive. We are currently identifying additional institutional resources and support that will be needed to ensure that we can remain in compliance.
Good deal. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Cook. Do I hear a motion to approve the items presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Ms. Jack, please continue with item number 2.
All right, well, at every August board meeting, I will bring forward the annual audit plan for next fiscal year. So this will be for FY '27. The primary standards that we follow are from the Institute of Internal Auditors, and these global internal audit standards require us to periodically discuss the purpose of internal audit with senior management and the board. So our mission and purpose, as shown on the screen here, is consistent with our professional standards. We are also required to put together our audit plan based on risk. And so we accomplish this through several different ways. We gather information on our institution's strategies, objectives, and risk on an engagement by engagement assessment that we do, as well as periodic discussions throughout the year with senior leaders at all of our institutions, as well as system administration. And we also gather this type of information through sitting on various committees like president's councils at several institutions, institutional compliance committees, IT implementation committees. Those are very helpful in just helping us know kind of what the objectives and strategies and risks that our institutions are facing. So this slide gives an overview of how we will divide up our total audit hours, our chargeable hours for next fiscal year. About 60% will be spent on risk-based engagements, and that includes your typical assurance type engagements, as well as management and advisory and consulting engagements. And then we are also required per our standards to follow up on recommendations that we make to management. And so we have hours set aside for that follow-up as well. This next year, we have certain engagements that we are required to do by statute, external granting agencies, our internal policies, things like that. And so that's a little over 1,300 hours for this next year. We always set aside a healthy amount for special investigations or special projects that come up throughout the year. And so we just use those as we need to. The last couple of years, we haven't had to use a lot of those hours, which has really helped complete more of the risk-based projects. But I'm waiting for something to happen where we have to use some of those hours. Hopefully not. And then the last bucket of hours is our what we call other value-added work, and that includes service to the institutions through institutional committees, conducting training across our campuses on mostly on cash controls, fraud prevention, things like that. Service to the profession, where we serve on professional boards or on peer review teams, where we look at how other internal audit groups function at other institutions across the country. And then also what we call OAS, Operations and Staff Development. We're required to get so many hours of continuing professional education a year and to stay current on emerging topics, audit programs and things. And so we set aside a bunch of hours for that as well. So this is a view of several types of risks, and we put this together over the last several years based on surveys that we would send out to senior leadership at our institutions and system administration. And the boxes outlined in red show audits that are on this fiscal 27 plan that will touch on these various risks. And so you can see almost all of them are in red. There's only a few that audits on the plan may not necessarily cover, but over a 2 to 3 year period, we should be covering risk within each of these boxes. This one shows those same risk as the previous slide, but then also in the black boxes shows specific audits on the plan for this year that will kind of touch on those risks. And I know the writing's kind of small, but we always have a good group of IT audits that our IT group works on, as well as looking at different funding streams for our institutions, making sure that we're spending our funds appropriately, and resource management. There's quite a long list there, as well as federal and state regulations. The first item in our board packet is the annual audit plan, and that includes a complete list of the proposed audits for FY27. With that, I respectfully request your approval of our FY27 audit plan.
Are there any comments or questions? Do I hear a motion to approve the items as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The motion pass. Ms. Jack, please continue with item number 3.
Okay, since this is the last of our reports for this fiscal year, I just wanted to recognize the work of our team, and then I also have a special recognition at the end. So this fiscal year, we completed 41 audits, and we have 6 that are currently in progress. And the graph just shows the breakdown between required and risk-based audits versus special investigations or special projects. But I'm just very proud of the work of my team over the past year. We've been short a couple of positions over the year. And one of the primary performance measures that we measure every year is to complete at least 70% of our required and risk-based audits on our plan. And so I'm happy to report that we have accomplished that performance measure again this year. We completed 76% of those required and risk-based audits. And that's, I just really am proud of our team for that. And then finally, or last but not least, I would like to recognize Lee Ray, and Lee is here today, if you'd stand up. So Lee is our audit director at Midwestern State University, and she is retiring at the end of this month after more than 10 years of dedicated service to Midwestern State University and the Texas Tech University system. Lee had been the chief audit executive at MSU for 5.5 years when MSU joined the Texas Tech system, and she immediately blended right in with our team and our department culture, and we could not have asked for a better addition to our team. I asked my team, as well as several senior leaders at MSU, what one word they would use to describe Lee, or what one thing they admire most about Lee. And so I'll share just some of the words: wise, thoughtful, committed, dependable, thorough, kind, partner, and friend. One leader talked about the respect Lee has earned over the years, her collegiality and collaborative nature, and the lasting impact she has made at MSU. Another said that Lee approaches her work and relationships as a partnership. Lee, thank you for your integrity and your unwavering commitment. While we will miss you, we're excited for you to begin this next chapter, more time with your family, more adventures with Hal, and well-deserved relaxation. On behalf of the entire Office of Audit Services staff, thank you, congratulations, and happy retirement.
Lee, you and Penny will have to exchange numbers so you guys can go gallivanting across. So, Lee, thank you so much for your service. We do very much appreciate it. Are there any questions or comments? Thank you, Mrs. Jack, for that report.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Audit Committee.
Thank you, Regent Cash. The next to meet is the Facilities Committee. Regent Acosta serves as the chair, and Regent Cash serves as vice chair of that committee. Regent Acosta, please continue with the Facilities Committee meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Facilities Committee is called to order. I move to approve the minutes of the meeting held on May 7th, 2026. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, good morning.
Good morning, Madam
We're
Chair.
really busy.
Yes,
but
ma'am.
We're going to put you on the spot to go over 3 important projects, so
Well, thank you
Please
very
begin.
much, Madam Chair, and good morning, everyone. And so item number 1 is at Texas Tech University to approve the total project budget of the Texas Tech Semiconductor Clean Room Project and authorize an amendment to the construction manager at risk agreement for construction. So this is just a reminder of where the renovation project's taking place. It's in the Engineering Technology Lab building located at the northeast quadrant of Engineering Key. We've walked many a mile there. This is the existing floor plan, and so we're taking this area and we're converting it into this new clean room space. We are working at the Whitaker College of Engineering, recently hired Jay Nair to manage their clean room work, and so we're working with Jay to finalize all the last little details that go into this. As you can see, it's a small space, has lots of tools and lots of equipment, lots of air exchange, so it's a very technical project going into an existing space. So our team's working real hard to get it to the finish line and start construction. So the key outcomes or what this project's going to provide is a state-of-the-art semiconductor research facility. It's going to have modern non-fabrication laboratories, hands-on training for the students. For industry, we look for partnerships and commercialization, and it's going to prepare our graduates for this growing industry that we talk about all the time for the workforce. And then, again, we're reutilizing a space inside a building, not advancing any more footprint to put the clean room into that space. So the additional request is a little over $15 million for a total project budget of $28 million. You can see that FF&E line item, that's equipment. So we have about $10 million worth of equipment just for the clean room space. So, Madam Chair, the request is to increase the budget by the $15 million for a total project budget of $28. Report to the THECB, amend the construction manager at risk agreement for construction, and the total project budget, which includes the previously approved $12.988 million, will be funded through the revenue finance system, repaid with a grant from the Texas Semiconductor Innovation Fund. That's from the governor's office of $12 million. We've got some HEF money in there, gift funds, and then the TUF fund, we have $5 million in there for equipment for the clean rooms. So, Madam Chair, that's the recommendation.
thank you. Are there any questions? Is there a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, please continue with item number 2.
Yes, ma'am. Item 2 is at HSC El Paso. This is to approve the concept and authorize expenditure of the Dental Oral Health Clinic expansion project for design professional Stage 1 and Stage 2 design services, and also for pre-con service for construction manager at risk. This project is this is a great initiative for the Woody L. Hunt School of Dental Medicine, and I'm going to tell you here in a little bit. This is the old box factory that we converted back in 2021 into the Dental Oral Health Clinic, and it's located just south of the new cancer and clinical building, which you see the crane in the photo before. But the space is basically, the yellow is going to be orthodontics clinic. The pink is a special needs clinic. The next closest special needs clinic is over 500 miles away. And then we have a surgery clinic. And then you can see the unhighlighted areas. That's the existing oral health where we have 145 chairs in there. And every student, if I understand Dr. Lang, every student starts as a freshman in all 4 years actually performs services in this clinic. The importance of this clinic, I can't emphasize enough. This past year, this clinic had over 28,000 patient visits. It had 5,592 special needs procedures done, 2,888 oral health surgery procedures, and it does 79 different health fairs and promotional events for the community. So this thing has really been beneficial to the community and for the students themselves. So what we're trying to accomplish here is for the clinical care, we're gonna renovate approximately 13,730 or 750 square feet, expand the specialty dental service for the dedicated orthodontic, ambulatory surgical, and special needs clinic with associated spaces for support, increase the capacity for the dental education and clinical training, improve access to specialized oral health care across the Paso del Norte region, and also support the enrollment, faculty recruitment, and long-term expansion there. And I think, Dr. Lang, I was told that from the 2026 class or 2025 graduating class, 45% of those students actually stayed in the region, which is what the whole goal was when we started the dental school. So great job there. So scope of services, again, we're going to do stage 1 and stage 2 design. So all the architectural and engineering services will be rolled up into this one package. So you can see them there, same things. And then award the construction manager at risk agreement for project evaluation, site analysis, construction reviews, value engineering, scheduling, cost control, and to develop the guaranteed maximum price for this. So the budget looks like this for $1.3 million to start the design services and the pre-construction services. Again, this will get us fully through all of design. And then, Madam Chair, what we're requesting today is that you approve the concept and authorize the implementation of the dental oral health clinic expansion, approve the expenditures of the $1.3 million. We're anticipating $11.5 million total project, waive the use of the CM agent, waive the board-directed fees for landscape, waive the board-directed fees for public art, award the design professional agreement, and award the construction manager at risk agreement. And that's all paid with institutional funds. That's the recommendation, ma'am.
Well done, Mr. Breedlove. Are there any questions?
Mr. Breedlove, you're going to be able to isolate the renovation project from the teaching, the clinical side, right?
Yes, sir. And right now, institutional advancement, we're in those offices, and so they have moved out now. And so we've kind of got a priority list. I think orthodontics is going to be top priority right off the bat. But yeah, we're going to work while the students are in there too. There will be some disruptive activities that we'll do at night and on the weekends too, but it does stay open.
Is there a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, please continue with item number 3.
Yes, ma'am. I just had one item for the report on our projects, and this is our latest installment, public art installment that is at MSU, and it's for the Student Success and Military Education Center. And so Selena Mize was selected by a committee, and she is a MSU graduate. And so she painted a mural on a wall, and this mural is fascinating. It's beautiful, and what it's doing, she calls it Bridging the Gap, and it's showing the students. And then it's with their partnership at Shepherd Air Force Base, which is such a great partner in this building and in this space. And then the other military branches are represented there, and just showing the collaboration between not only MSU, but also the students and all the branches of the military. So just wanted to celebrate that for MSU. And I know Dr. Brown Marston was a big part of that, and Emily Martinez, our public art director, that's our first installment. So we're real proud of that.
Are there any questions regarding this report? Thank you, Mr. Breedlove, for that report. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Facilities Committee.
Thank you, Regent Acosta. Our last committee to meet today is the Finance and Investments Committee. Regent Culp serves as chair, and Regent Sinclair serves as vice chair. Mr. Culp, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Finance and Investments Committee is called to order. I move to approve the minutes of the meeting held on May 7th, 2026. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? The motion passes. Good morning, Mr. Malden. Please present item number 1.
Good morning. Happy to do so. We are here to present the FY27 budget for the consolidated system. And it is important to note that this is Chancellor Creighton's first time through the cycle. I wanted to ask him up from the podium how he experienced the budget cycle, but I don't want that on record, so I'm going to talk to him later about that. But it's been good. You know, some of you may recall I taught finance at Dallas Baptist University for a while, and one thing I emphasized to my students was the budget is really a tool to translate your strategic vision into actionable dollars. So it does a lot more than that, but at its core, I think that's what it does. And that's what I think we're presenting to you today. You hired Chancellor Creighton, put him in place almost a year ago. You gave him what is important to you as a board, and then this is his way of saying, this is putting my stamp on the organization. I want to, before we get into the numbers, I just want to thank, as I should be doing, the component CFOs, their teams, and my team. A tremendous amount of hours and work went into putting these together, and it's no small measure. And again, I thanked you on the calls we did, but I thank you for your time. We did hold 3 separate 2-hour calls to walk through these budgets in detail. I can put Eric and Kano at rest. We had no quorum on any of those calls, I promise. So we're good there. But thank you for that time, and thank you for the questions you asked during those calls. It was very helpful to understand what is important to you, what you want to hear from us. So back to the budget. As always, our focus is heavily on students and staffing. As you may recall, system-wide, staffing personnel costs are roughly 56% of our expenses. One thing I did want to point out for this budget is over the 5 years, the last 5 years, we've averaged an inflation rate of 3.4% per year. During that same time frame, our tuition rates were frozen. So it's one reason I want to really commend and tip my hat to the component CFOs, because for 5 years, they've had to try to figure out how to navigate trying to invest in technology and facilities and in retaining good staff without being able to keep market rates on tuition. So they've done a tremendous job of that. That's what you see here. I do need to point out a few things that we discussed on the call. The total budget is actually a reduction of 7.6%. As you recall, last year we had a tremendous growth in our annual budget. We went from $3 billion to $3.7. A lot of that was one-time money that we received from the state. We were happy to receive. But technically, this does reflect a reduction, as we discussed, and I think Regent McCreakin pointed out during the calls. If you take out the anomaly of the one-time money and the tremendous amount of one-time money, we're looking at a 14% growth over 2 years. So from FY25 to 27, 14%, which is averaging 7% a year, which is right in line with our traditional growth. And since we did have all those calls, I won't dig any further into the numbers unless there are questions.
No questions from Mr. Malden? If not, is there a motion to approve the budgeted item as presented?
So moved.
Second? Second. All opposed, or all in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Thank you, Mr. Malden. The motion passes. Mrs. Sloan, would you please continue with item number 2?
Good morning. This item is to request that the board authorize an extension and amendment of our current contract with Follett for our campus bookstore operations. So the original contract began in July of 2021, and we're currently under an agreed-upon extension period. We did go out for a full RFP, and they came back with a very strong proposal. So we would like to extend the contract period through June 30, 2031, with one additional optional 5-year renewal. Within that contract, TTU has the right to terminate the agreement for convenience with a 120-day notice, should we need that. But their proposal is very strong. We're very excited of what they brought forward, really putting an additional $650,000 investment into our facilities and making the renovations to really upscale what they offer within the student union area there. It's going to be completely refreshed on the upper level with 6 destination zones, along with a technology hub where students can get any of their technology, Apple or I guess HP, Dell, serviced there, as well as purchasing within that technology hub. And they're also putting in a custom shoe lab on the lower level. So as more students go to digital books, not having as much physical books in that space and really making it really enhanced. The proposed terms also include a $300,000 signing bonus and a guaranteed annual income of $900,000. So the commission rates have gone up, but based on our existing agreement with them, we've been averaging about $730,000 annually in commissions. So they're really believing in this investment as well, that it's going to increase the revenue for both of us. So increase their minimum guarantee. With that, I will be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for Mrs. Sloan? If not, is there a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion passes. Thank you again, Mrs. Sloan. Mr. Malden, you're back up with item number 3.
Yes, sir. Thank you. This is our annual update to the board on the system-wide debt. Just a reminder, we do borrow money as a system and for each component's needs. I wanted to start this year with the rating agencies, how they view us. This is always included, but we don't always start here. And I think it's important to note, so here we are. You've seen this slide a number of times before. The way I always look at this slide is UT system and A&M system buffered by the Permanent University Fund. They are steadily AAA. The rest are what I call non-PUF schools, and we do have, and have since I got here, and well before that I'm sure, the best rating of the non-PUF schools. So we stand in good standing within the state. We expanded our look this year to the rest of the country. And you can see here, there's 7 schools or systems that have AAA rating. It's a very small, eclectic group. Of the AA1 categories, which is one notch below AAA, and where we belong, there's only 15 across the country. So again, I commend your leadership and the chancellor and the presidents for their fiscal discipline and keeping us in good standings with the rating agencies. One thing I always look at when we do talk to the rating agencies is they tend to say, hey, this could lead to an upgrade, this could lead to a downgrade. And so I always try to focus in on that wherever I'm working. Here, I can summarize these bottom 2 bullets from S&P as a lot of bad things would have to happen for us to get downgraded. We're very strongly in the AA1 category. Likewise, for us to get upgraded, a lot would have to happen. We're really just not on the edge of either way. We're solidly in that AA1 category. It doesn't mean we don't need to be fiscally responsible going forward, but it is good to know that we do not have any pressing risks in front of us. To that point, we do look at the 5 key ratios that the rating agencies like to look at to ascertain our financial health. You can see here a 5-year trend of those ratios, and then we have the AA1 median and the AAA median for those ratios, so you can see how we stand compared to those. And I find it interesting, some of these categories, we're well above the AAA median. We knock it out of the park. There's some where we're below the AA1 median, so it kind of all balances out. And then I would be remiss if I didn't mention that the strong fiscal support from the state of Texas, which is itself very fiscally healthy, helps our rating quite a bit. So our debt portfolio itself, we have, when you combine commercial paper, which is short-term borrowing, with our long-term bonds, we have just over 1.1 billion. Just over $1 billion of that is bonds. We don't carry a lot in commercial paper right now, roughly 66 million. And then on the right side, that pie chart, I always like to point out how much of our bonds are CCAP versus non-CCAP. As a reminder, CCAP is capital construction assistance projects. That's what the state approves, and once they approve it, we issue the debt. It's technically our debt, but the state every biennium appropriates money to cover that debt service. So they fund that 31% of our outstanding bonds. What we are on the hook for, so to speak, is the 69% of that $1 billion. And then you can see how it amortizes over the life of the bonds down below. This assumes, of course, no new debt is issued during that time period, which is pretty unlikely. The annual debt service, another way to look at it, and again, broken out between non-CCAP and CCAP. And every year, I want to make sure I remind you, this huge payment due in 2040 is covered. We do have that money in the LTIF, and it is earning a higher return than we are borrowing at. And so we will have enough to pay that off in 2040 and have some left over. It was a great idea that we did back in 2020 when we issued those bonds. Speaking of commercial paper, I want to talk a little bit about commercial paper. So just like I said, it's a short-term borrowing instrument. Typically, you cannot go past 270 days or 9 months. We use that as an interim financing tool for our capital projects, especially if they're going to be debt-funded long-term. So during the construction process or the renovation process, we will issue commercial paper to fund the expenses that are happening. Once the project is complete, we will then issue bonds to pay off the commercial paper, free up that capacity for other projects. We do anticipate in the next few years needing close to $500 million for current active projects. And here's some of what we're currently borrowing for. It's a walk forward from the end of fiscal 25 to August 5th, showing what projects we had in commercial paper, where we issued new commercial paper, borrowed more money, where we paid it down, and of course the resulting balance project by project.
Mr. Malden, do you have any idea of how much of that $500 million will be funded through the state CCAP, or is it too early to tell?
None of these projects are CCAP. Typically, we reverse the process. When we get CCAP approvals from the state, we go out and issue those bonds immediately. We don't even use the commercial paper because we've got that promise from the state that they're going to pay that debt service. We want to, and the state wants us to pay that debt off as quickly as possible. So we issue that right up front.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Looking ahead just a little bit, I want to give you a sneak peek of what we're thinking. The current plans are that we would anticipate issuing bonds in the first half of 2027. Might be February, March, might be a little bit later than that. Right now, we're looking at taking out roughly $50 million of the commercial paper, so that process I just described to you. And then there's 2 existing bond issues that are callable, and we would be able to, assuming rates don't move significantly, we would be able to refinance those bonds into new bonds at a lower interest rate, saving us roughly $500,000 in debt service annually for the life of those bonds. That is one thing we're looking at. Another thing I wanted to put on your radar, we anticipate coming back at the November meeting to talk about the commercial paper program again. The reason is, and you can think of this as a credit card, credit line capacities issue. So our commercial paper program is defined as $150 million. So we cannot borrow more than $150 million through commercial paper. That is the credit max. And as I mentioned, we have roughly $500 million of needs over the next few years. So one thing that the component CFOs and I have been talking about is, should we increase the size of the commercial paper program? And I do believe we can now clearly demonstrate that we need a bigger commercial paper program to accommodate the active projects and the projected projects on the horizon. So what we're currently looking at is total capacity of 500 million instead of the 150 million that we currently have. But we would like to get authorization from you in November to not only increase the size of our current program, but also stand up what's called extendable commercial paper. And I want to explain that to you just a little bit. And we'll talk more about it in November. But our current commercial paper program is called self-liquidity program. And what that means is the investors who are loaning us that money, their protection is that we have guaranteed that we will have enough money in the bank to pay that off if we cannot remarket it when it matures. Typically with commercial paper, when it matures, you just roll it to another 90 days, another 6 months, whatever. If you cannot do that, and there have been a few times in my career where the markets just froze and nobody was lending money. So if you have a failed remarketing, they have a guarantee that we have enough money in the bank to just pay it off and pay them back with our own cash in our bank accounts. The problem with that is if we increase the size of that program too much, we have to keep a lot more money in liquid cash, which is, as you know, the lowest returning vehicle we could put it in. Extendable commercial paper says your investor, your protection is not in self-liquidity, it's in the ability of ours to access the markets and issue bonds to pay those off. So we could go borrow to pay that off. So if we did have a failed remarketing with an extendable commercial paper program, we could pay it off with our cash, or we could agree to pay a penalty rate, a slightly higher interest rate until we can pay it off. And the investor has to hold on to that paper until we do pay it off. So it's a new product. It's been in the market 10 or 15 years. It's worked extremely well and it's growing in popularity. I stood up an extendable commercial paper program at UNT System. We had one at Dallas-Fort Worth Airport, and they both worked extremely well. There's most of the investors in this type of product are the big names like Fidelity and some of the big mutual money market fund companies. So lots of money available for the borrowers in this program. Again, this is what we're contemplating. We're discussing it with the chancellor, we're discussing it with the components, and we anticipate coming back in November to ask for authority. And lastly, our policy does say we need to certify to you that we are current on our debt service funding. As one of your fiduciary responsibilities, you make sure that we're paying our debt service, and we are. As you can see, we put it there, but we pay very close attention to make sure that that is paid off every due date. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Malden? If not, thank you, Mr. Malden, for that report. Mr. Malden, did you want to introduce our next guest? I'll be happy
Thank you for reminding me, yes. So the slide is going to say Tim Barrett's here, as he usually is. Tim was unexpectedly unable to make the trip, and so thankfully he has a very strong team that he's built and is ongoingly developing. And Clint has been here in his stead to present to the foundation board. I think he even presented to this board once, but he is here. He was happy to drop everything and come up to talk to you about our investment portfolios.
Good morning, Regents.
Morning.
Okay, so my name's Clint Huff. I'm going to be presenting on behalf of, or in lieu of, Tim Barrett today. Just a quick reminder, this data is as of the end of May. Okay, so our investment programs, we have the LTIF, that's our endowments, run by the Office of Investments. We have the CSIP with 3 underlying segments, the cash and contingency and the non-current segment. And then we have the MDIF, and that's a mission-directed investment fund, as the name implies. That is for mission-directed investments per the Regents rules. So headline number for LTIF versus benchmarks, and we're going to get into this more in later slides. The further you look, the better it is. 5, 7, 10-year, we're outperforming. On a 1 and 3 year, we're slightly underperforming, and you can see that that spread inflects from the 3 to the 1. Okay, so just a reminder, in the LTIF, we target a 65-35 growth stable value split. And I just want to highlight, look at that chart in the lower left. You can see just the strength of equity markets. The MSCI ACWI, that's the All Country World Index, it's a proxy for equities, has been up 31% over the last year, 22% over a 3-year, 12% over a 5-year, and here's the context. Since inception, that's annualized at about 7%, 7.2, I believe. So you look at that and you go, wow, I mean, in the last year, 4 times the historical amount equities have been up. And you can do the math for a 3 and 5 year, but we've just had an incredible rally in equity markets. And so, again, if you look on the 3-year, really the story of this is equity markets. We're going to move on to this chart, which I like. It's just a level set of what the purpose of the endowment is. And we've never missed a distribution. We pay out 4.5% of the trailing 3-year NAV. And you can see our strategic benchmark is CPI plus 5%. And we've kept up with that since inception. I love this slide. It shows the flywheel between the Office of Investments and Institutional Advancement. And I like that bar there in the right chart. You can see we paid out $1 billion. We passed that mark last year to fund the university and students. And so here, the next 2 slides, we're going to break down the underlying drivers of performance in the LTIF. So this is the growth segment, the 65% we target. And if you look at public equities, sorry about that, if you look at public equities, you can see it's a real highlight. We've outperformed over every period. Last year, on a 1-year basis, you can see we've outperformed by almost 10%. That's, I manage that portfolio, but in truth, we're just a big team. We manage everything. And then with private equity, you can see, you go down and look at the 3-year, you see that 2.7%. That's inflecting on a 1-year, close to 9%. And we're excited to see that continue. Once that PE inflects, we'll be firing on all cylinders. So here's our ballast. This is a stable value part of our portfolio, outperforming over all periods except quarter to date. But again, I want to remind the Regents that marks aren't in for June, for the end of the quarter. We expect that will be outperforming as well. So across the board there. And then here's the CSIP, the cash and comprehensive investment pool. That targets a 60-40 allocation. And you can see outperforming over all periods as well. And now, again, we'll split out the underlying sub-segments there. There's the non-current segment managed by the Office of Investments. That's outperforming over all periods. That's been great. And you see the cash and contingency segment. That's the operating and reserve funds outperforming as well. And so we'll get into the detail of the non-current segment here. About 2 years ago, the timing couldn't have been better. We switched to a more aggressive posture, targeting 70% growth. And so when you look at the 1-year, even the 3-year, you're looking at double-digit performance for total NCS. And then when you look at growth, you're looking at 36%, which is great on a 1-year, 23%. On the 3-year. And to level set, again, the ACWI, the benchmark since inception, has been annualizing at 7%. So we expect LTIF, which we discussed earlier, once PE inflects, to look a lot like what you're seeing here. And now we'll get to the cash segment that's managed by the Office of the Treasury. I want to point out the Logic class and the Texas class there. James and team do a great job of managing that. You can see the interest rates they're picking up there, almost double what you would receive in a bank account. And then finally, the contingency segment. Those are the funds that are backing up the cash segment. In the lower right-hand side of that table at 4.2%, this is a held-to-maturity portfolio. That's a decent yield, and they do a good job actively managing the maximum potential yield they can pick up. So I've kept it brief intentionally. That's the end of my presentation. Happy to answer any questions that the regents may have.
Any questions for Mr. Huff?
Not a question, but just please pass along our well wishes to Tim and for speedy recovery, so know that we're thinking about him.
That's meaningful. Thank you.
Mr. Huff, thank you for standing in this morning as well as last week's Investment Resource Committee meeting as well. Mr. Barrett was unable to make that meeting, so thanks for filling in both shoes. I also want to recognize Tim Bruce. Tim, would you please stand? Tim is with NEPC. They're our investment advisory firm. They work closely with Mr. Huff and Mr. Barrett and kind of shadow them and make sure we're all of our investments are heading in the right direction. So, Tim, thanks for coming down, and Mr. Huff, thanks for your report.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
With that, Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Finance and Investments Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Culp, and thank you, everyone. That concludes the business to be handled by our committees. Meeting of the Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University System is now called to order. The board will now convene in executive session as authorized by sections 551.071 through 074 and 76 of the Texas Government Code. We will move to Committee Room 106 for executive session. The board will now reconvene into open session and continue to meet as a committee of the whole and a meeting of the board. Regent Womble, please present the motions regarding the items discussed in executive session.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have the correct folder this time. There are 2 items resulting from executive session. Item number 1, I move that the board authorize President Skuvenek or his designee to conclude the negotiations and execute the necessary documents for acquisition of real property in Lubbock, Texas, as identified in executive session, all under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes.
Thank you, sir. Our second and last motion is I move that the board authorize President Skuvenek or his designee to finalize and accept modifications to the Texas Tech University Student Handbook and Student Organization Review Procedures as approved by the Board of Regents, all under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes.
This concludes all the motions coming out of executive.
Thank you, Regent Womble. The final item of business is announcements. Are there any other announcements at this time? Hearing none, and there being no further business to come before the board, do I hear a motion to adjourn the meeting? Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? This meeting of the Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University System stands adjourned.
Perfect.